Hello everybody, it's Chief Forecaster David Alford. Good afternoon. We are tracking some thunderstorms out there on radar. We got a special weather statement in Hayes as well as Comal and Blanco counties. And we have another one for a sliver of Mason County, then a flood advisory in Mason County as well. We'll get to all the latest details and information that you need to know coming up here in just a moment. So hello everybody, hope you guys' Tuesday is going pretty well. We got a new radar software that I do want to show off on our stream today. We'll see how it works, but it'll be a temporary radar software that we'll use because I'm not a huge fan of it. Anyways, but we'll use it today just to show it off. Anyways, we got some storms as mentioned on radar. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, want to say hi or anything like that, feel free to comment down below. And we do have Pac-Man in the chat saying it's 2:30 go live or 3:30 go live. Yep, we are we're about 6 minutes. No, we're about 1 minute behind of schedule. But we have caught back up with coming on the air, so that's wonderful news. So now, let's go ahead and jump on the green screen here. We're going to talk about that forecast for you. We have your forecast graphics updated, but we also have your weather maps to show, so we'll go ahead and show that off right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at the radar right now, where we are tracking some storms out there across the viewing area. You can see that we have one weather alert down towards our south, towards San Marcos. That is a special weather statement. So again, we got Hayes County included, Comal County, and even a sliver of Blanco County included in this alert this afternoon. Zooming in into the Austin metro area, things are relatively quiet for right now in Austin. But again, we're tracking that cluster of storms off towards our south right now in the Hayes County area. And if we go and bring it further south down to San Antonio, you can see that things in San Antonio are relatively quiet right now in Bexar County, but there are some storms creeping off towards the north. Looks like a little outflow boundary has developed, so that's another area that we'll have to watch here throughout the next little bit. And out towards the hill country, you can see that things are pretty stormy in Fredericksburg right now. Storm northeast of Fredericksburg, some more storms to the south going towards Kendall County. As we bring it further north, we have a flood advisory underway right now for Mason County this evening. And we have about 1 to 2 inches of rain that's fallen in the advisory area. This alert, again, will go until 5:30. So if you see water on the roadways, turn around, do not drive. The city of Mason included, and all of the county included almost, and then a sliver of Mason County is under a special weather statement. And as we go ahead and zoom this out now, you can see that we have a line of storms developing out towards our northwest right now. And we actually have a stalled out boundary outside of our viewing area, but this boundary will come into our area and will actually increase storm chances in our neck of the woods here very, very soon. So as of right now, just these storms outside of our area, but we have some of these isolated storms that are popping up ahead. But this will be the main show where we'll experience some of those heavier storms here in just a little bit. So in result of that, as this boundary comes from west to east, our rain chances start to go up, and so does our risk for some localized flash flooding. So, with our alerts right now, you can see that one special weather statement in our viewing area, then that flood advisory back out towards the northwest. And as we take a look at the radar across the Lone Star states, things are in a different picture right now across the state of Texas. Things are running a little bit slow today with our radar, so my apologies for that. But again, you see some of those storms out there right now. Some air quality concerns in Dallas, but again, that's about it with what we're tracking. And just go ahead and show you guys the radar further to the southeast right now. Still got some storms in Mississippi and Alabama, just to show off things this morning or this afternoon. So again, that's what we got on our radar. So taking it back here in Central Texas, again on the radar right now, we have some of these storms out there that are strong, but nothing severe. This is like our 4th strong storm alert we've had today, and we have another alert that's underway right now this evening, and an already 1 flood alert as the risk for flooding will increase this afternoon and into the evening hours, unfortunately. So now, as we go ahead and take a look at, where did my mouse go? Hello, Live on Tropics. Good evening to you. Where did my mouse go? It just disappeared on me. There we go. All right, so now let's go ahead and take a look at your forecast graphics where we're tracking a level 1 out of 4 marginal risk for flooding across sections of Llano and Mason counties later this evening. We already have a flood advisory in Mason County for 1 to 2 inches of rain, so already that flood alert or that risk has already been showing itself very known wellly. And then tomorrow, I unfortunately start school tomorrow, and we actually have a flood risk in our area tomorrow. The entire viewing area just about is under that level 1 risk of flooding. For some reason the graphics are not going to the next scene. Is this mouse not working or something? No, it's just the entire, there you go. Right there, there's that flood risk. So pretty much the entire viewing area, except for Gonzales, under the level 1 risk for flooding for sections of our viewing area. So yeah, that's what we're using. Barren radar. What exactly is barren radar? That is this right here. This is barren radar. That's what barren radar looks like. Okay. So your forecast tonight in Austin, a low of 76 degrees with those storm chances in our area. So relatively about a 30 to 40% rain chance, but that hasn't updated correctly there. But your forecast tomorrow, holding on to a 30% storm chance, a high of 97, hot and humid and partly cloudy. Your forecast tomorrow, if you want to ride the bike, it looks pretty good in the morning, but by the afternoon, we're going to be in the sun impacted level with some storm chances and hotness. So your 7-day high temperature trend next couple days, it's going to be a up and down kind of situation. 97 on Wednesday, 99 Thursday, and then mid-90s Friday into Saturday, and we're back into the upper 90s later parts of the weekend into parts of next week. And as we go ahead and take a look at your forecast for your rain chances, Wednesday is a 30% chance, Thursday no rain chance, Friday at a 10%, and then we bring it down to a 20% rain chance Saturday, then a 10% on Sunday. And an update on tropics as if we're coming on the air this evening here. You can see that we are tracking a tropical storm Erie right now. Here is where the storm is at, right in this corridor here. Latest wind speeds at 46 miles per hour and wind gusts at 58 miles per hour. So again, that is all we are tracking with this storm right now. And then this is expected to become a major Category 3 hurricane here. And potentially could make a run towards Florida with what some model guidance is showing. This is actually aiming, the new cone of uncertainty is actually aiming right towards Florida now. So we'll see if that can continue to hold together in the days to come. But as of now, some uncertainty and still something we'll watch closely. We got a football game on Friday at Burnitz versus Canyon Lake at 6:30 p.m. Temperatures will be in the mid-90s, hot and humid, and that's what things will be for the football type of weather. So your 7-day forecast here in the ATX calls for 90s and storm chances across our area. We're not anticipating anything to be strong or severe next several days. There's not even a severe weather threat at all in our viewing area, but again, we'll continue to monitor some of these storm chances that we have throughout the next 7 days. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a live look out there right now at Austin, Texas. This is our skyline, and you can see that there are some clouds out there. Very interesting clouds, I guess you could say. Those cumulus clouds out in the distance. Nothing strong, nothing severe as mentioned, so that's some wonderful news with that. But again, that's what we are dealing out there right now in Austin. So now, as we go ahead and return you back over to the radar, where we are tracking some of those storms for you this evening, where we had a special weather statement for Hays County, Blanco, and Comal counties. That alert has since expired, tracking an outflow boundary, another outflow boundary, another outflow boundary right here. So we have multiple outflow boundaries that will bring the risk for some storms this evening, but the main corridor of storms in our area is all the way towards our northwest, where there is flooding concerns underway right now in Mason County, as we have a flood advisory. So a thunderstorm in areas north of Llano, a pretty good storm in Gillespie County and Fredericksburg, and south of Fredericksburg, Kerrville, getting some storms right now. So in Kerr County, we're tracking some of those storms. Just north of New Braunfels and San Marcos, some thunderstorms this evening here. So we're keeping eyes on that closely. The reason why I'm doing 9 other schools with the high school football forecast is because I have no clue if they have football games this Friday. I know most school districts do not have a football game as of I know right now on Friday, so that's why we're sticking with my school. Plus, I go there, and it makes sense why I would do my school. All right, so your forecast on the radar right now. So here's a closer view. So a little storm just north of Atlanta right now towards southern sections of San Saba County. So areas towards like the Tao area here in the next couple minutes or so. You could have a storm coming your direction. Again, a little shower northeast of Fredericksburg. A pretty good storm just northeast of Kerrville as mentioned. And some more storms out there in Comal County. Let's switch radars, apps, and let's go to our Barron radar. And let's see what this is wanting to show. So this shows, okay, it's updated for once, so that's great. So relatively, things are pretty quiet right now. Yep, I agree with you, Mike. Wash your risk, yeah. So yeah, some storms right now west of Kyle's we're watching. Let's zoom it into the Austin metro area right now where we are seeing some of those storms, again, just to our southwest right now in Austin. So again, Kyle, Mountain City, Wimberley, and areas near San Marcos, that's where we're tracking some storms out there this evening. Speaking of San Marcos, we actually do have a live camera, a live shot that is in the San Marcos area. This is going to be Center Point Road at Broadway on State Highway 125. This feed coming in from YouTube, so we'll just look at this feed, and the banner is kind of blocking. I'll turn the banner off, and you can see that there are some darker clouds out in the distance in San Marcos. So that is a sign that a storm is generally in the vicinity. So again, something we'll continue to monitor, something we'll continue to watch here throughout the next little bit. Areas towards like San Antonio, things are relatively a-okay for right now from what we're seeing, but there is an outflow boundary just to your north, so some storms are going to come closer to San Antonio here in a little bit. We actually do have a live camera right now in San Antonio, so let's go ahead and take a look at that shot, and you can see with the live camera in San Antonio and facing north, I believe, we got some of these cumulus clouds out and about right now, and again, a nice shot of downtown. So let's go ahead and return you back over to our radar now, and you can see that the storms again are just to the north. So now let's go ahead and check out our Hill Country radar. So as we go into switch scenes here, you can see that, yeah, flood advisory in Mason County. It's about it with what we're tracking. One little storm northwest of Fredericksburg. Some stronger cells just to your south right now. Let's actually move the radar to Kerr County, where just northeast of Kerrville, north of Ingram, and north of Hunt, Texas, we have some pretty good storms coming your guys' way right now, so some pretty heavy rain potentially could be falling out of these storms, and that's why this Weather Prediction Center has issued a level 1 risk of flooding for sections of our viewing area today. So that's the general radar right now in our southern tier counties. Over towards, again, San Antonio, things are relatively quiet for right now, but if we go back to, why is the radar not turning on? There we go. But as we go back to Kerr County, give you a clearer visual of the storm. Again, just north of Comfort right now and just north of Ingram. That's where we got some of the storms coming your guys' way right now. But that's not all. If you guys may think that's probably all the storm chances we have for today. No, you're wrong. We got a lot more storm chances back out west. We got a cluster right here. We got another cluster back out toward our far southwest, and another cluster to our northwest. So this band right here will make a run into our area, but this is where we're starting to see a line of storms start to build, what we call an outflow. And what this outflow is, this boundary, it's a dry line, I believe, that's supporting these storms to push from west to east. With our daytime heating and moisture ahead, we're seeing these isolated storms that have been bubbling up across the area, and that risk will continue for at least the next hour or two. But the question is will we start to lose some of our energy because some of these storms have developed already? Will they start to weaken out? Will the energy calm down a little bit? Can these storms out west survive long enough to push all the way to our eastern counties? So still a lot of questions about exactly how and what will this work, but again, we'll continue to monitor this closely for you guys here in Central Texas. And again, there is a low wind flood risk, so that's why you do see that flood advisory underway right now in Mason County. So that's what's happening here at home and areas out towards the west. Let's give you a big picture across the Lone Star State. One special weather statement just north of Mason County in the flood advisory. Some storms near the Dallas area that we're watching this evening. Some storms out there in West Texas, even some pretty good storms out there. So again, guys, that is pretty much it with what we're tracking right now here in across the Lone Star State. Now, bringing you back home here in Central Texas, where things are relatively quiet in Austin and San Antonio. But if you're in San Marcos or near San Marcos, an area south of Wimberley, that's where it's pretty noisy out there. That's where we're having some storms happening this evening. So that's where we're going to be tracking this activity very, very closely. As we go back to the northwest right now, again, Kerrville, as people are still cleaning up. Over there, we got some storms just north of Kerrville right now. Pretty good cell right now northeast of Kerrville, just northeast of Ingram, and northwest and north of Hunt. That's where we have another storm right now. Fredericksburg, we got some rain coming your way right now. So, again, some of these storms will produce some pretty heavy rain for a short period of time. So just, again, a heads up on that if you guys are going to be out and about this evening. Relatively across the Texas Hill Country, things are relatively dry, I guess you could say, exceptions for Mason and Llano counties. But if you're in Burnett or Blanco counties or Williamson or Travis counties, there is pretty much no weather happening right now except for some of those clouds, and that is it. But again, one little cell. Let's actually move this radar picture further to the north, and you can see right here we're tracking a cell northwest of Tao. So it looks like maybe a line of storms is attempting to build potentially, but this will come your guys to Wayne Tao in just a little bit. Castellet, things are dry for now. Mason County, not a whole lot of precipitation, but they're saying from northeastern, central, northern, northwestern, and portions of western Mason County under a flood advisory for 1 to 2 inches of rain until 5:30 this evening. So this is something that we're going to need to watch and something that we'll monitor, of course, throughout the next little bit. So overall, this is pretty much what we're tracking for right now. Nothing too impressive at this time across central Texas, but again, the Weather Prediction Center has issued a level 1 out of 4 marginal risk for flooding for sections of Mason, Llano, and sections of our viewing area. So again, we'll keep eyes on this closely. It is about 3:53 in the afternoon here on Storm TV Network. We are going to be having your radar on for the next several hours probably due to a low end flood risk. So in case y'all are like, okay, we got risk for flooding, I want to see the radar, maybe some coverage. We will have that coming your way throughout the next couple hours. So for the meantime, I will be on standby mode until we get a new weather alert. So if we get a new strong storm alert, a new flood advisory, or if we got storms coming closer to like San Antonio or Austin, I will come on air and do an update on the radar. But that's pretty much with what we're tracking right now, as we've been tracking these storms back and forth for the last 20 minutes. We got Weather Tracking Plus in the chat saying, hey David, hello to you, good evening, and good evening to everybody else. And once again, if you guys got any questions, comments, concerns, want to say hi or anything like that, feel free to comment down below. I do get my new phone, so I do have eyes on the live stream chat, as some of y'all are messaging me now. And of course, I will check all of those out here soon once I take a BRB break. And exactly when I'm not, and you guys may be thinking, okay, so once we have the radar on, I am not at the desk, I'm not paying attention to the radar or anything. When I'm not here and the radar's just on or music's playing, I'm sitting right here at this chair just staring at the radar or scrolling to socials to make sure I'm not missing out on any information. So yeah, when it comes to this and coming to flood risk or flood threats and a storm risk, yeah, we are still here when you guys need us the most. So that's what we have right now on radar. Now tomorrow's risk for flooding is a little bit more widespread. Today's flood risk is mainly contained for the far northwestern hill country, but tomorrow's flood risk is actually more widespread, including San Antonio, Austin, the eastern counties, and pretty much all the hill country under a flood risk tomorrow. So that's something that we'll have to watch, and again, we'll monitor here very, very closely. Of course, David, thank you very much for tuning in to the stream. So again, guys, that's what we're tracking on the radar. So before we go ahead and wrap things up with this update here, I kind of want to get off the air at 4 p.m. and then we'll do another update at 4:15 and 4:30 probably. Again, that's been the moral of the story. So for the next couple hours, the radar will be on, music will be on. I'll be doing cut-ins here and there. If the coverage of storms starts to go downhill, we'll probably end the stream, which will probably be in about 2 hours from now potentially. But if these storm chances are like how they are right now, 2 hours from now, we will come back and we'll provide updates. And that will be probably a similar story for tomorrow, as tomorrow I do think radar coverage will be needed, cut-ins may be needed as well, just like what we'll be doing for today. So, again guys, that's what we're tracking, that's what we're monitoring, this is the latest on radar. Before we go, let's do some more trackings of the storms. So as we go ahead and zoom it into the Austin area right now. Again, in downtown Austin Pryor, things are dry right now, but areas towards like Kyle, San Marcos, south of Wimberley, that is where we are dealing with some of those storms right now. And if we go ahead and switch over to our San Antonio radar, you can see just north of San Antonio, northeast of San Antonio, I should say, that's where we're tracking some of those storms getting closer. And there's even an outflow boundary with this as well. So New Braunfels, if you guys live in New Braunfels or north of New Braunfels, a gust of wind will come your way, and there will be some storms that will try to hold on right behind that. So exactly what an outflow boundary is, it's strong winds coming out of a storm, it's cooler air pushing out of the storm, and this is what's coming for your guys' way in New Braunfels, potentially in Lockhart here soon. Fair Oaks, you guys are seeing some of those storms right now, so again, that risk of storms will continue across our area. So again, right now we have some of the storms. Fairs Oaks Ranch, New Braunfels, San Marcos, that's where we have some thunderstorms out there this evening. Again, nothing strong, nothing severe anticipated, it's just good old storms, but of course, we will watch these closely and of course keep it here on the stream for further updates. So again, how today's stream will play out is I'm not going to be here for the next 2 hours just talking about every little tiny storm. But I will be taking miniature breaks, which means I'm still here, but I'm just taking a quick pause. So now this is where I am going to be here a little bit longer now. We have a new weather alert in Kirk County. This is a strong storm advisory. So yeah, here we go. Here's that new weather alert just northwest of Ingram, just southwest of Harper. A pretty good little isolated storm has popped up on radar. We actually do not get the best feed on this radar software that I'm using. I prefer WeatherWise in this software for like radar, or well, I'm gonna be honest, I prefer WeatherWise more than I like Barron. But the WeatherWise radar actually gives me a better idea, I guess, with this storm. So let's switch to the Santa Angelo radar and let's see what this wants to show. So Menard, oh wait, this is out, wait, 1 second. Okay, I was about to say, Menard, I thought Kirk County had a weather alert, and we do, so sorry about that. So again, just southwest of Harper, that's where we have a strong storm. I'm trying to figure out what is the best radar site for this. Would it be the one in San Antonio or Austin? Or is it San Angelo? It might be San Angelo. But when I was in Kerrville not so long ago, back out to the southwest where it's Bracketville, this was the radar that I used all the time when I was in Kirk County. So, but I was in like Hunt, Texas, not over here. So we kind of get a visual of it. But a little storm, again, that's what we're watching closely right now. A special weather statement for 50-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail? No, excuse me, half-inch size hail. So that's what we're watching with this particular storm right now. We got some people commenting in the chat this evening. Maybe going storm chasing later. It's very nice. Here in a call with a friend, nice. Storms are firing off. Yes, so they are here in Austin area. Is it storming in my area? Specifically where I live at, we have no thunderstorms right now. But if you guys are curious where we're broadcasting from, broadcasting south to Marble Falls right now. So there's our little, I guess, place information just south of Marble, and that's where we are at. And actually, speaking of Marble Falls, how do the conditions look like outside right now? Here's a still image shot brought to you by KXAN of what things look like out there right now, and you can see things are kind of quiet, just very, very nice out there this evening. So now as we go ahead and jump back over to the radar, we got Chris the Hurricane Tracker on the stream. Hello, hello. Alright, so let's go back to the Barron radar now, and let's see. Zoom this out. So now we're doing a little bit behind the scenes with this. So now let's go ahead and pull up the single site radar. So I'll use the DFK radar, or X radar. Yeah, it doesn't show much. What about the New Braunfels radar? Not really. Again, I'm trying to find the right radar site for this. We're kind of we're not, well, a radar hole, not really. I mean, kinda is almost, because each radar beam barely makes it right to this particular storm. And I'm trying to find what's the best radar. So I think the EWK or EWX radar is the best for this. I'm gonna go with this radar. I'm getting some information here from Zane that he is receiving lightning in his location. So we'll go ahead and take a look at that here right now. So let's go back to the full radar, and you can see that things are active towards our southern counties. All right, so let's go to... All right, we got a new special weather statement, including Bexar County in San Antonio. I just got a notification for it. So we got a weather alert for these particular storms right here, and there it is. New special weather statement for areas in Kendall County, as well as Bexar County and Comal counties. So that's what we are watching this evening. All right, before we go ahead and go more in depth on this here, let's take a look at Twitter, where Zane has just tagged me, and let's see what is going on in his specific location. And you can see, oh wait, okay, wait, no, you, okay, oh, this is breaking information. So he said that there was a lightning strike. Well, this is probably information he receives, but a lightning strike on Farmington Market Road 306 near the Horseshoe. A tree was struck and is particularly blocking the roadway. Oh wow. I wish I knew specifically what like city it was in, but I assume it's somewhere in the San Antonio area, I believe. So that's what we are receiving from Zane. So thank you very much, Zane, for that report. It's good to know at least that, well, it's not good to know there's damage happening or anything like that happening, but good to know that we have reports coming in if there's anything crazy that is occurring, and definitely sounds like there is. Is this software free? It costs $600 a month. Let's see. Using the Chase in Kansas. By the way, guys, when you're not streaming and everything, you see how it's like very glitchy and like the map is loading and everything. If you guys ever purchase this or download this or whatever, it should not be crazy bad as mine is. That's just how my computer is. So yeah, just a heads up. So quickly doing out-of-state of weather coverage in Texas. Go to Kansas real quick. Anything where you're at, let's see. In Wichita, things are relatively quiet. There are some storms south of Hutchinson, but that's about it. So you may be asking, what about a severe weather risk for today? It's a good question. You may not be asking that, but I'm curious. So the Storm Prediction Center here is saying that there is a low in... Is this a general storm risk or is it marginal? It is a general storm risk. So nobody, I guess, is under a marginal risk of severe weather, at least in the main neck of the woods. And looks like they just issued a flash flood warning just to our northwest of our viewing area. So, flash flood warning for the city of Menard right now in just outside of central Texas. So, of course, we're going to watch this area here very, very closely as the National Weather Service in San Angelo has just issued that. Once again, guys, we have we have 3 weather alerts in our viewing area, 2 strong storm alerts, and 1 flood advisory this evening. So again, we are monitoring this closely on the radar. So as we go back to San Antonio, where we are tracking that strong storm advisory just towards your guys' north of San Antonio, that's where we got this weather alert for half-inch size hail and gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour. And where exactly are those 50-mile-per-hour winds coming from? It's from this green line right here, an outflow boundary. Strong winds coming out of a storm or multiple storms, and that's increasing the wind speed with this alert. So New Braunfels, strong winds should be coming into downtown right now, so the Buc-ee's area. That's where y'all are probably starting to feel the gust of wind increase right now. Farm Oak Ranch, seeing some storms right now. But again, Bexar County in general, nothing much as of right now, but we are tracking that one weather alerts. So now as we go and take a look out towards the northern hill country right now, we got a thunderstorm just northwest of Tao, where I used to live at. For my friends over there, a storm could come your guys' way here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So again, we will watch that very, very closely. So again, we're monitoring it. So again, guys, that's what we are tracking. You got to go for right now. All good, Lucky. You have a wonderful evening. All right, so here is the big picture across the hill country right now. So again, the big country and the hill country. Again, storms out towards our west, but we are watching that one flash flood warning, including the city of Menard. Flooding concerns potentially could get going here soon, just west and northwest of Rock Springs. But there is that one strong storm alert just outside of our viewing area. All right, once again, if you guys have questions, comments, concerns, want to say hi or anything like that, feel free to comment down below in our live stream chat. So once again, 2 special weather statements in our viewing area for 50-mile-per-hour winds and half-inch size hail. And a 1 flood alert, that is a flood advisory for Mason County and Central Texas. And then a flash flood warning just outside of our viewing area. So once again, Kerr County is under a special weather statement. So just to the east of Kerrville, we got a pretty good storm north of Comfort. Northwest of Ingram, north of Hunt, Texas, and pretty good storms right now. So again, we're watching all of this very, very closely. So again, that's what we're monitoring right now. So again, some of those isolated storms on the radar. An actual pretty good cluster of storms right now just north of Ingram right here. So multiple areas of heavy storms right now in this area. So again, just north of Comfort, that's about it, where we are tracking that particular storm. So now, let's go ahead and take a look at our full radar. We'll give you the full scope of everything. So again, across the viewing area, again, 2 weather alerts. So yeah, really the activity, guys, is slowly winding down. That's just about it. But the activity could start to increase here soon as we are tracking stalled out boundary off towards our west right now. So 1 storm that we're watching in Llano County right now. Storms starting to fizzle out slowly in portions of Gillespie County. In Kendall County, a strong storm, as well as Bexar County. Soon we'll see some storms. Kill County are starting to be in the middle stages of seeing some of these storms. In Hayes County, the end of storms is coming to a near right now. So now let's go ahead and take a live look at a few locations out there right now. Here is a live look right now at the Austin Skyline Cam, where things are looking pretty good out there. But again, all those storms are south of Austin right now. Here's a look at Round Rock in the Round Rock Honda camera, and you can see some anvil clouds out in the distance right now. It's very nice to see the anvil as storms are potentially over 50 miles away from where this live shot is from. And let's take another live look out there in San Antonio, where you can see that things are very cumulus out there, but storms again are just north of downtown right now. So again, things are not looking bad out there right now this evening. So that's what we're tracking. Let's go and take a look at a few more live shots out there, shall we? Here's a look at, let's not do our Liberty Hill camera because that is not working this evening. Let's do our, this is the Kalahari camera. This is brought to you by K-View. And you can see it's also looking mostly clear out there, actually, very surprisingly. And as we take a live look out there in Bee Cave, Texas, where we got some of those cumulus clouds out there, but it looks like we may have some anvil clouds on the top of the screen from towering cumulus, or I can't pronounce the exact cloud name, but where there's storms all the way from our far southeast. Looks like some of those anvil clouds have made it known. And then in Liberty Hill at Santa Rita Ranch, look to your right of your screen. See how it's like thicker clouds and it starts to fade out a little bit? That is anvil clouds as well. So very, very nice conditions out there. And here's a look at Luling, Texas, where things are relatively quiet for right now, but again, some cumulus clouds out there this evening, and that is pretty much all that we are tracking. Here's a look at Lake Travis. This is a Earth Cam. So with Earth Cam, we lovely get these ads from amazingness of Chick-fil-A, but I can't really see much, a vantage point at least, from this Lake Travis camera, but if you look very closely to the right side of your screen, you actually can see some anvil out in the distance as well. And here is Pflugerville, another shot at 4:12 p.m. This is brought to you by EarthCam, and of course we get a lovely nice ad, so we'll skip right past that. Here's a live look at Canyon Lake. And at Canyon Lake, we actually have a special weather statement in this area. If you look closely, there was actually some rain that was falling on this live shot, and there's actually a rain shadow effect occurring out in the distance. So very, very nice. And as we take a look at San Marcos, this is a camera on YouTube, and you can see skies are pretty dark as there was some rain that did go by that general area. So now as we go and take a look out there at temperatures across the area, 83 in Fredericksburg as of 13 minutes ago. That's very nice. Double nines in San Antonio, 91 San Marcos, and 98 in Georgetown. So things are not too bad out there right now. And across the Lone Star State, it's 84 in Amarillo, double nines in Del Rio, 90 in Houston, and 104 in Laredo this evening. So it's a very toasty outside as of right now, as we do have these pop-up thunderstorms across our area. So back over to top of the radar. The National Weather Service looks like they have, looks like they've just issued a new weather alerts. So the one for areas near Harper in northeastern Kirk County and southwestern Gillespie County, that alert has since expired. But now we have this special weather statement, including areas east of Kerrville, but in northeastern Kirk County and northwestern Kendall County, and in the city of Bernie, southwestern Kendall County, portions of Comal and Bexar counties, also under a strong storm alert this evening. And then out towards Mason County, we're tracking a special weather statement right now for the Menard area. And you can see just north of Menard, a pretty good storm. And this storm here has just been doing a training effect, and it's just sitting on top of this area. So that's why we do have a flash flood warning. And again, a flash flood warning for 1.5 to 2 inches of rain with a strong storm alert on top of that. Then a flood advisory for 1 to 2 inches of rain, which has fallen in the city of Mason and areas to the northwest of Mason County. So again, that is what we are monitoring right now. Over towards Llano County, we got some storms just north of Tao, north of Llano right now. Nothing strong or severe with this, so that's some great news with that. But again, that is about it with what we're monitoring on radar. So we've been doing your live weather coverage non-stop for the last 40 minutes now. And that, again, is what we are using. Alright, back over to Barron, and I do see y'all are talking about Barron in the chat right now. I'm gonna be honest, Barron radar, it's pretty cool. I kind of like it, but there is not a lot of tools they give you that you would think. This is the Barron Threat Net is what we're using, not Linux. The Linux one is a lot more expensive, like thousands of dollars that you see on TV. This is the Threat Net, where it's just meant for, I don't know who exactly it's for, but It's for like aviation and etc. So this again, I wouldn't request the Baron Threat. I would request the Linux, because the Linux is much nicer. But anyways, this is relatively, it's pretty cool. It's nice, but definitely don't recommend y'all spending $600 on this. Alright. But now where I do recommend y'all spending quite a few money, or quite a few dollars, is weather-wise, where you got a nice radar sweeper and weather alerts and etc. So, yeah. Alright, anyways. Again, guys, that's what we're tracking right now on the radar. Alright, so, yeah, that's all for right now. In today's weather, again, as I mentioned about 20 minutes ago, we're going to have eyes on the radar. Music will probably play. I'm just going to sit here, mic muted, camera off. The radar is just going to be on. But I will come back on air if we get a new alerts or any new updates that it does occur. That's when you guys will see me come back on, and you guys will see what happens. Yes, I am. Alright, so anything else I need to talk about for right now before we go to break? Oh, guys, go to our website, stormtv.net, where y'all can check out the latest current weather information in your location in the United States. Hey, there it is, Austin, Texas at 95 right now, feeling like 98. So again, yeah, our website, stormtv.net, very nice. You get a look at the current weather, save locations, your hourly forecast, the radar, 7-day, and much more on this. Again, stormtv.net, all together, all lowercase, is our website. So again, very, very nice. And temperatures out there right now, 98 San Antonio, 92 Rockdale, 93 here in Marble Falls, and 94 in Georgetown, and 94 in LaGrange in downtown Austin. Alright, so now I'm going to take you guys to the radar. I'm going to take a miniature break, aka sitting right here, watching the radar, babysitting the radar, and streaming the radar. So y'all have a channel or a live stream where y'all can check back on every hour or two to see what's going on radar and get updates here every so bit. So for now, that's what I got for now. I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford with Storm. Now I will return y'all back over to the radar. You guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. Next update y'all should see with me will be around 4:45, where we'll check the radar once again, give you a radar tour, check sky cams, and much more coming your way here in just a little bit. So, streaming here, I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford.
DJC Law. Injured? Call 512-888-9999 and get your justice at teamjustice.com.
All right, it's good evening, South Central Texas. Chief Forecaster David Alford. It's about 4:47 as we're coming on the air to deliver a strong storm advisory for Kerr County, just northwest of Kerrville and west of Harper and Gillespie County. Look at this in northwestern Kerr County. A strong storm alert underway right now. As you can see that storm blinking right now. Let's go ahead and give you the latest information with this alert. Half-inch size hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds underway with this weather alert. This alert should expire here right around 5:15 or 5:30 this evening. Areas towards Kerrville right now getting a pretty good storm this evening. Again, in the downtown part of town and areas southwest. Out in Kendall County, Kelmel, and Bexar counties, storms are starting to fall apart right now, but there is an outflow boundary right now from the previous storms earlier today. So New Braunfels and Converse, San Antonio, you guys will see the outflow boundary, or you will see it here soon. But again, that's pretty much all that we're tracking on radar. We are tracking a flood advisory out there in Mason County. Over 1 to 3 inches of rain has fallen in the advisory area, but storms are also starting to fall apart in the background. So that's pretty much wow, must be. Sorry about that. That's all we're tracking right now on the radar. And as predicted earlier, storms towards the Tao area are now left with just a few sprinkles. And in northwestern Burnett County, some thunderstorms out there right now. So that's what we're tracking on radar in the big picture. This is pretty much everything that we're tracking, but if I need to come back on air, we'll do another update. But as of now, all the activity weather-wise is really just to our southwest and in our northwestern Burnett counties this evening. So thank you for watching this weather update. We will go ahead and return you back to the radar and music. I'm Chief Forecaster David Alford.